Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cut-in.
What, if any, conclusions were you?
JP216.
Correct.
And a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side.
Right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking. No blood was indicated.
Specific with respect to Harmony Montgomery, what was that likely?
It's a combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one, can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all.
You're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed?
What it means. Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what I should say, what alleles, so what the specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture, and in what proportion for each of the genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile, and it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in the mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in a fraction of the time that I could do it by hand, yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person?
I would say that's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however else, or who made what kind of contact or how.
Within your realm, that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about a billion.
In a different type of DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic genotyping. That's a mouthful.
Yes.
Probabilistic genotyping, is that something that's not done in other places in the country?
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the only one in the country that uses it.
And is this a new method?
It's been in use since 2015.
You said that this computer software that you use, it runs the tests in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
Down, sir. You may be excused.
Yes.
You are excused.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, were they able to get anything out of this guy, like for the defense? Because everything came back to Harmony. Was she trying to like dispute that? That way I can just not worry about it and just write it in my notes that, I wrote all the
I think it makes sense to have our mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 up. All right? Please rise for the jurors.
Ooh. So they had two coworkers from the pie place. Defense asked no questions. What? The guy coworker is damaging. Dang. Right. So, okay, I did catch up on everything else that I did miss today. So those of you who are just coming in or just watching, I did start where I left off watching this morning before I went live. But basically, it was the DNA lab, the DNA analyst, and he pretty much confirms the sheetrock with the heavy stains, the two rails that were screwed together.
Please rise for the jurors.
Let's see. Yeah, and that all of that was confirmed to be Harmony Montgomery's blood and DNA. And now I gotta see what witness this is. This is witness number 28. But I'm behind, so I apologize. If y'all don't want to watch it again, I understand.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Miss Emily Watson. Excuse me, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand.
Emily Thompson, is this okay, let's see. Emily Thompson. Oh, I mean that's not good. Girl, you need that. Who was the last one who had it?
Please remain standing just for a brief moment. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Recorded here today. Would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record? And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland.
And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire.
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
From high school?
College.
From college. And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
Thank
I
you,
worked for them on and
Lauren.
off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
And that was right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID, shut everything else down.
So during your time there, what did you do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor? You're talking about the main dining area.
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you said a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have been just once.
Just one occasion.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you worked there until it closed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
Questions? You may Step down.
Thank you.
Could ask the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? The witness is excused.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Cameron Gibney to the stand.
Okay, so now we're on witness number 29.
Morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, Cameron Gibney.
And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
You said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
for about 15 plus years.
Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill.
And what do you do for them? The restaurant business.
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, let's say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mhm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entitled doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were? What you saw him doing for the
He-
business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
Just give me a commercial approach.
Yes, you may.
I'll show you Exhibit the United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of of our walk-in cooler that we used to have. That was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes,
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 52.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this bag, sir?
I do.
Okay. What does this bag look like?
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside the cooler?
Correct.
How many times did you see him moving this bag?
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him put the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around. There was a door to the right. The walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No,
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
no,
And do you know of any other employees that have brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
We do not.
All right, sir, you may step down.
We'd ask for Mr. Gibney to be excused, please.
Any objection? All right, sir, you are excused.
Your Honor, with regards to the state's next witness, it would be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion.
Okay, counsel approach.
Okay, so we are on witness number 30. We have two witnesses from Portland Pie who were able to, the girl, him at least once bring the bag to the place. And you have Cameron who saw him bring the bag with him to and from work multiple times. It's just crazy. I just wish and hope that we come across like a receipt or something that they have that can prove like the date. Like, was Harmony Montgomery alive after November 29th? That's what my biggest question is right now. I just want to know if she's still, if she was still alive, like November 29th, like we have a discrepancy of 10 days. And did anyone see her after that date? That's the question I have. Let me hurry up and try to get to the rest of this stuff so I can catch up with everyone else. Sorry, trying to get to the next witness or hear what they're saying, but everything's muted. That poor lady is like surrounded by so much evidence, so much disturbing evidence. Okay, people, come on. What are y'all doing? Was most of today muted? Like, what is going on? I hate moving this thing because then I go too far.
And
See?
they can provide officer.
Told you.
Attorney Smith, I also reviewed my original order on this motion, so I'll hear from you hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla.
I'm gonna slow this down. Allison, is this what you were talking about? Is this when she is talking about it? Hey, Intuitive. I wanted to say I saw you earlier when you said hello, and I wasn't ignoring you. I did see you coming in right here. The DMV sucks. Yeah, I'm sure. But if he kept putting her in the freezer, then maybe not. And that's the thing. Like, we don't even know what condition her body was in completely at this point. Like, I don't know. I just don't like to think about it. Okay, so he was front house manager. Why didn't he look in that bag? And why did he just let him leave that bag in there? I wish inspection would have gone there, right? They would have looked in it. That's true. And like, to me, like, okay, it's normal to see people come into work with like bags if it's like smaller bags and they have their lunch and stuff inside like that. But you have this guy coming in with this bag every day and placing it in your cooler and you don't have any questions. Like, yeah, that bothers me. Hey, JR Nana, sending love and light to you. Also, thank you for stopping in. Oh, you sent me an email? Okay, I'll check it. Thank you. After break is the motion. Well, she's talking about some motion here too, so let's listen in.
Montgomery purportedly had with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on
Correct.
what testimony we have, and they can provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial.
Who are they talking
At
about? I'm so
trial,
lost.
she was asked again about tools,
Oh, okay,
and
okay.
she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out that this was not something that she had initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph.
I don't get where she's coming from. Like, she mentioned it. She said it. Like, it's already been said. It's on the record.
Defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment.
She-
That she the closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is Defendant's Exhibit 8, and said no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then.
But she did
I
see the
assume
grinder,
it was,
right?
because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information, but nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand, she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So, in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools, and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified
She-
with
wait,
regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about.
Kayla's
But
not
she
gonna
didn't
say
mention anything
stuff.
other than
Nobody's gonna say that stuff.
and tools again that she
Sorry.
was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event, she testified to both. So if that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did not. She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment at Union. She testified about, I think she testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
So they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think that she mentioned that, no, so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened. She moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd. And so there were a number of days prior to that call for service. And she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was. So we don't know if a day or two or three or four went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to
Yes.
discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with a tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomery saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. And I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event where there is no connection. And without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you. I'll hear from the state. Go ahead.
Same argument was presented before with regards to the timing. Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different things going on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in this, and don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride for it. The fact that there's no testimony or tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing of the Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for, and the other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay. We believe the fact that there's no testimony or tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing of the Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for, and the other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay. We believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in the U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses later on. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Kaylee Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony of that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snaked as well as repaired, that will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were living at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, her testimony was that the identification of the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term. As Christina Lubin testified to and as described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There was no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there is no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was a box she recalled seeing before, and I believe in her testimony at one point saying that she had seen it somewhere before, and then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her, so that she had seen a saw, a new saw in a box. And Ms. Luther's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's this grinder, and it is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in a box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there, and she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw and not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proffer session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the lime, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that a business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of lime that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from the street, but there are a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there. The relevance is that it's their account that the money is being withdrawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only two cash purchases that is made of lime with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified. That, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about wanting to use to dismember. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of lime, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on, but this is a question about admissibility, not about weight. And when it comes to admissibility, 403, as the court has ruled two previous times with regards to
It's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder. I mean, I think that there's sufficient evidence. There is evidence related to or there will be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof, the proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to the both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise for the jurors. So much.
And when you're ready, Mr. Wasson, if you can just start by giving us your name, stating it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot, Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location. So I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working at the Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023, was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold? at Home Depot?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management.
Mhm.
What were your roles and responsibilities?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor. So I was in charge of about 20 people at the high. We did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a
Home improvement retail sales.
And so if you could just remind us of your current duties.
My current duties
Yes.
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Watson, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification. Can you take a look at those items? So you can remove that paperclip.
You want me to remove these?
Watson.
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Watson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Watson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to look up receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home Depot would. You're able to access those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document,
Mhm.
what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location?
Yes.
On February?
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear
Okay.
both of you. So if you could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th, 2020, Mr. Watson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
You said you had an opportunity to review these records previously. Let me ask you this. Are those fair and accurate to the best of your knowledge with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
And at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification, strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Watson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with. It looks like they're in order still.
Uh-huh.
What's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the last date. From the first date to the last date. What is the first date you're able to read out on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear
Oh.
you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area. And then
And when you say different stores, what is that?
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett. So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions. for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay. And what is that specific glass?
Looks like lime and gypsum, so anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep, it could be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening.
Mhm.
Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh yes, we can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
Those specific SKU numbers, are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes,
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
it does.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
The
Tell the
receipt.
jurors again what the date is of that receipt.
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that you mentioned?
Limestone 221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Watson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for
Yep.
the tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document.
Mhm.
How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 sales?
3.
Okay. And what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
All right. And specific to this receipt, turning back to the receipt rather,
Which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Where is it? Sorry, my eyes got lost.
take your time.
Hello,
So
Leopard.
you said February 26th, Manchester.
No, so the motion was denied. I don't know if you were able to watch what the motion was about, but basically the defense was trying to get all of the Home Depot information, like Allison knows all the terms here. She was trying to get it to where it wasn't admissible in court. But being that they went to the Citizens Bank across the street from the Home Depot on the 26th, and then minutes later, there was cash purchases made at the Home Depot of a power tool and lime. The judge says that she thinks it should be admissible. Kayla has already done her testimony. She stated that she had seen the tool, the grinder, in her own home, and then talked about how Adam had, saw it at her mother's house and wanted to borrow it. So the judge denied the motion. Yeah, this is the Home Depot guy. Yep. So right now he's on February 26th, whenever they made the purchase, and he's confirming all that.
Your location. That's February 26th of 2020.
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
The total for the product was $396.35. Paid $400 and got change of $365 back.
So the person that made that transaction gave $400.
Mhm. Yes.
And thank you, Mr. Watson. No additional questions.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm glad it's him
Yes, you may.
and not Elaine.
So Exhibit 92 consists of two documents, correct?
You talking about this right here?
Yes,
Are
the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's two separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may approach,
Yes.
let's take a look at that document. SKU numbers, which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct? And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for, looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory and then subdescription. So there's like a big, how Home Depot does it is they have like a class of like hand tools. And then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for two of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
33 purchases from, was it 5 locations? Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
Looks like it. Yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase,
Yes.
cash purchase.
Yes.
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
It does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains long.
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of. I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time.
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Let's go, right?
Counsel.
Oh, I wish it wasn't true though, like I wish, but unfortunately it's the sad truth. Are they breaking for lunch right here now? Let's see. Oh no, they're gonna have somebody else. Okay. All right, witness number 31.
For the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
Wait, what's his name?
It's
And Detective Rahill, if you can just start by
Rahill,
stating and
okay.
spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
And Detective Rahill, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I'm a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
I'm gonna go through.
So I'm currently assigned to the general investigation.
I'm gonna
unit,
fast forward
and
through all
we
like the
typically do
background,
general
unless y'all think it's
investigations, more specific
important. But
in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement
In Manchester District Court
graduate from through the Manchester
to do more trainings and towards the.
Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery. I know that was a mouthful, but
Yes.
and just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature. But I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes,
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
the lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
who was the guy that he's talking about? I missed it because I was in chat. Is that like his partner or something? I missed it.
I guess
Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
you mentioned
I actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
Okay.
you mentioned a
Yeah.
Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes,
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
the lead investigator.
Oh, okay.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes, yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022.
Yes.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So we arrived to process the scene June 4th of 2022.
Let me stop
Oh,
you there.
sorry.
When you say you arrived to process,
Oh, sorry, 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
and when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D.
Yes.
What's the significance of the MER?
so those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived at FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
At some point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else did you do that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, processed the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa. Mhm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270.
Yes,
And what is your familiarity with that account?
that is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection. Source.
Nelson?
I'm confused on what bathroom and room he said they sprayed with Blue Store, or was he talking about the large piece of the ceiling? Is that what they sprayed? I'm so
The objection is
confused.
sustained.
I'm gonna have to go
Follow-up
back.
Question.
So Detective Rayhill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you
Okay,
go about collecting-
thank you.
Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting them?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing that offense was been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rayhill, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records.
Mhm.
Once you have an opportunity to review those records. So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
What is it?
It was the bank records for that card number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
No objection? Yes.
Detective Ray, that's a pretty lengthy.
138. The ID is not stricken on 138. You can proceed.
So, Detective Rayhill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now. What's been marked for identification. So, if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61, just look up when you're ready. That's what it is.
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there.
sorry.
You're familiar with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it.
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection?
Other than overall.
Okay, but other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
I'm going to take those exhibits back from you, Detective Rayhill.
I'm sorry.
With regard to State's Exhibit 61, I'm going to put it up on the screen behind you. Is that the same document that you were looking at?
Yes.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 in 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. During the defense, what's been admitted is State's Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave. The date. You want me to go into detail what it is?
Nope. You're familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say? Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within a half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Well, they
How long-
touch each other.
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
What prompted investigators to get these bank statements?
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically?
from the bank. Okay. So we requested the MetaBank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
If I may approach again.
That sucks. They couldn't get like the video footage. That would have been amazing. Yeah, it is very, very powerful here. That's like you went to the ATM, you withdrew this amount of money, you went to the Home Depot and purchased the freaking power tool and
I'm
lime.
handing you what I've shown the defense. It's marked for identification as States Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that document. Look after you're done.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have. And we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is,
Go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah. The top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago. And yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. It depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about. Can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. It's almost 2 years before.
Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department? As a detective with them, that they needs to have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection? The idea is stricken as entered as full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the MetaBank.
Correct.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And with respect to States Exhibit, it's been admitted as States Exhibit 92. Is that reflected in States Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry. Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple locations on here.
Which locations do you see?
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, and Concord.
During the course of your Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them on in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases?
We were looking for line purchases
Why were you looking for line purchases?
due to a statement made by Caleb Montgomery.
And I've asked you to look at the last page of that material, the copy that you sent you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask that you turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the ATM transaction of 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
That's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just point them out to the viewers?
Yes, it was $396.35.
And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
What's your understanding of the size of the line bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound line bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
And there it is, the fuel grinder. Ugh.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
So there was a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
So Detective Rahal, I'm handing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And is this consistent with what is represented on that receipt?
Yes.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
So Detective Rahal, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a screenshot of line bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March of 2023.
The item that I just showed you, State's Exhibit 62, if you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said, was it bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated? That was indicated that day.
Yes.
You can say. Now, we talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot though. I don't believe.
Were you able to compare the item number from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
Are they consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
So February 26th of 2020, they make this purchase. And the very next day is a work order for the drain at the apartment. So is it safe to say on the 26th is when he did everything in the bathroom? I'm
Detective
still,
Rahill, you mentioned doing
Oh.
research to find the SKU number of that particular bag. What research did you do?
I went on the Home Depot website and searched for that specific lime.
And did you compare that?
I did.
What did you compare it to?
I compared it to the receipt that we received from Home Depot, and they had the same SKU number.
Was that the same receipt that you just looked at?
Yes.
The item number it's indicated in the previous exhibit is consistent with the Home Depot receipt.
Yes, it just didn't have the 4 zeros in the front, but it was 221104.
so disgusting. Imagine having to sit there knowing what probably happened. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's see.
Social media.
Oh, yeah, they're
Mind
taking a
you, do not
break.
discuss the case with each
Oh,
other
they're
or
taking lunch.
anybody
Okay.
else. Avoid any media, social media, or other coverage.
Okay, so they're at lunch now, guys. There's 5 people here who is also here. So pretty much today has been, excuse me. So pretty much today, day 7. We made a week today, actually. Today's a week since the trial started. We've had like the DNA analyst, and that was a lot of different items detected, tested, and all that. The sheetrock that had heavy stains came back with a 4.1 billion chance that it was, that it belonged to Harmony Montgomery and no one else. The 2 rails that screwed together, that ruled out to be for Harmony. They had a pillow with a drawstring, a clear thin zip tie, a pink child sock, cutting from a sweater. None of those items had any kind of DNA that could be detected. There was the metal cutting, which is the metal railings, and the stain and a piece of the stained drywall backing. So he went like to a different area. There was no DNA detected there. There was a section of string, and he said they picked up like 1 male contributor, and blood was indicated, but they didn't confirm who it belonged to. There was a sweater with stains, and there was blood indicated, but no DNA analysis, like it was incomplete. The screws and a rail. The rail had blood, but it was insufficient DNA. They sent in a car, like the floorboard carpet, no DNA indicated. And then the 2 rails that were together was a positive 1.4 trillion times possible for Harmony Montgomery. So I'm just wondering where all, some of the blood came from some of these items, and they were inconclusive. That's frustrating, but we still do have a lot of positive identifications that did come back. So that's a good thing. Allison, I wanted to tell you. So when we were talking about that dang ceiling tile that was in the Audi, I was reading back, and you probably went back and watched also, but he said that they processed, it was like a ceiling The ceiling tile, and it was a bag with metal railings in it. That was like wrapped in a bag. So there was metal railings that go like on a ceiling tile, whatever, and they were wrapped in a bag. So I'm just trying to figure out where the heck this stuff that was in the Audi came from. It literally bothers me every single day. So between lime and fuel grinder, yeah, for sure. And then the maintenance thing the next day for the drain, that I at least thought that I never thought this. I thought that he just like disposed of her somewhere and that we might be able to find her someday, but it just seems more and more like that's not the case. And it's so sad, so heartbreaking. I'm gonna put her little picture with her little brother up here. Hello, Abby. So yeah, Grandmammy Annie, you have some wild stories. Sounds like you had a lot of fun though. A very white state represented by the cats. The flag, I don't know. Oh. That's what I'm wondering, Leopard. Like they had a whole maintenance call the day after the 26th, so the 27th of December. I'm sorry, February 27th of 2020, apparently. So far from what I've heard, they had a maintenance call for a drain issue. But I'm wondering, did they not process that home? And were they not able to get anything from there? Because if he did everything there, you would think that most of the DNA evidence would be found there. That's true. I keep forgetting that it was so long ago. I keep thinking that they did all this testing right after it happened, but that's not the case. It was like 3 years later, pretty much, because she didn't start talking until after her arrest at the end of 21. So that's why a lot of things that we've been listening to, the cars being processed, the fit shelter, all of those things were all done in 2022. That's when Kayla decided to start talking. But I'm not ready to hear the stuff that's left in this case, the stuff that we haven't heard yet. No, we haven't heard nothing yet about the dang tile from the Audi, however you say that word. But no, nothing yet. Nothing back from that yet. Let's see. There was something I had wanted to go over. I had so many questions. I don't know, just some of the things I wrote down was just like Kayla ignored Harmony. That's abuse in and of itself. So like when they were in the car or when things were going on and she was under a blanket or whatever the case may be, it just seems like she was ignored, and that's abuse to me. And the way that Kayla had stated she was always under a blanket. Like, did they just always keep her under a blanket? It's so freaking disturbing. That poor angel will never be found. I know. Oh, and that's what thank you for saying that. So if you go back to opening, because this is the kind of things I do in my spare time, I went back to the opening statements and I'm listening to Elaine tell them about the jury ride that they went on, The View. And she says Union Street. And she pauses and she's like, remember Union Street. She's like, some horrible things happen in Union Street. You cannot go inside, but be thankful that you cannot go inside. So I was just like thinking, it's been 3 years though. Like, did they just permanently close that apartment? Did they refurbish it? Like, I was just curious because of the way she worded it. She said, be thankful that you cannot go inside. I'm confused on the timeline of when the fit room was reported as smelling bad. That was early on when, okay, so they went from their car to her aunt's house. The mom picked them up from the aunt's house. They stayed at the mom's house for a couple weeks. They finally got into the shelter. And at some point when they were at the shelter, they started getting complaints. And that's when they moved her body to Portland Pie, because they had even called in like maintenance to find out where the odor was coming from and all that. But I can see when I have if I have the exact date, Leopard, but I know it's around that timeline. So it was when they were in the shelter after they left her mom's house, after the cooler. They took her out of the cooler and put her into the ceiling at Fit Shelter. I know, that's the only bad thing in this case. Yeah, protesting back then wasn't as crazy as it is now, grandbaby. And I think the same thing. I think it's just going to get worse. Like, I mean, they just proved with circumstantial evidence that a grinder was purchased. So we were all wondering, if that was true, if, what was the deal with that? And why was she trying to have it dismissed? And then that was denied. And now we have confirmation that they did purchase. The likelihood of them purchasing it is very high. Yeah, you're good, Leopard. Yeah, let me see. Because I might have a date. While I'm waiting, I'll look through Kayla's testimony real quick. Let's see. So this is when they were in the car. See, and while I'm looking at this right now, it says, at the apartments, her and Adam did heroin and crack in the car with the children for about 15 minutes. Car died at traffic light. Kids were taken out of the car. Kayla realized Harmony was gone. When Adam Montgomery tried to wake her up, she wouldn't wake up. Okay. They went back to Colonial Village, put her on a snowbank at apartment so her body would stay cold. Didn't want Boderos to see. Then we get the stuff from the car at the street where they left it. The car was being towed. Adam and her got belongings, but the tow truck guy said it was two gentlemen. Bodero let them sleep in his car for the weekend. Okay, so then let's see. Move to Fit Shelter. Adam put her in the ceiling of the vent of the room that they stayed in. Harmony's body started to smell. Maintenance workers came, so Adam Montgomery put the bag into the bathroom. When he took her down, there was fluid leaking, according to Adam. He then wrapped the duffel bag with a trash bag after transferring her to the CMC bag, which is the tote bag, and that was smaller. Kayla said that he squished her into the bag in the bathroom at the shelter. So how did they not find any kind of DNA when they processed the room at the shelter? She said at one point she even heard a loud bang. And then he put her back into the ceiling, and they were at the shelter for about a month and a half. That's when Adam started talking about using lime to decompose her. He believed it would help decay her body. The noises that Kayla had heard in the shelter at the bathroom was Adam trying to put Harmony into the small bag. It took him a couple hours. So the whole thing just ugh. Hello, Weekend. Good afternoon. Oh, Grandmama Annie, prayers to you, girl. Okay. So while we are still on lunch, I'm gonna leave the stream running for whenever it comes back. I'm going to remove this and make sure this is not muted. The captions are on, and you can everything will be fine. I will mute on my end so you don't hear like my dogs barking or anything like that. I do have to go run an errand really quick, but it won't take long. 15, 20 minutes at tops. But I do have to go get that. My son's car is waiting for him at the mechanic shop, so we have to go pick that up. But yeah, grandmammy Andy, that's a lot of neglect and abuse, and nobody deserves that. Nobody. So just and like this case can be triggering for a lot of people. Triggering, eye-opening to the evil in this world, to what drugs do to people. So it's a freaking mess. But I will have my phone. I will be in chat. As much as I can because I'll be driving, but it's not very far. So I will be right back. You guys hang tight. I'll be right here for the rest of this afternoon's testimony. So I will be back. Love you guys. And if an ad pops up, does anyone know if it eventually goes back to the regular video or does someone have to click skip? Because I did not get YouTube Premium. I'm sorry, Grandmammy Annie. That's so horrible. Oh my gosh. Prayers to you, Grandmammy. Love you too, Wiccan. Thank you for being here. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go bring my son, get his car. BRB.
All right. Please be seated. Attorney Agati, if you want to get Detective Rahill back, we can start with him on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Sure. Back is up and running, and then I will.
And I don't have those other documents, just FYI.
No, Your Honor, there were, the person who was assisting us in drafting them had missed 2 edits. I've made corrections to those 2 edits, and I've asked them to submit them, and I asked them for that about 10 minutes ago. So it may just not be in yet.
Okay, so the pleading is not going to be identical?
No, it will, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I should say redactions rather than edits. I apologize. There
because-
were 2 areas that had not been redacted out that you had asked to be redacted, and I said, no, these are included.
Okay, but it's the identical pleading.
Yes.
Because that's the
identical.
pleading will be open to the public. And the
That's
other one-
correct.
okay,
That's correct.
Detective Rahill, when you're ready. All right, Detective Rahill, if you would just come back up and take the stand, please. And while you're doing that, you can have them come in. All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So Detective Rahill, just a few more questions for you. During your involvement in this investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahill, will you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahill, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Harvey Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Mhm.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Badero on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Badero. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs? She went up and got drugs from Mr. Badero. I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I would have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official. And do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
It points you to page 224. And this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, but you can read before or after the word.
Okay.
And she actually told you all of you in that room, that she was the one that went up and purchased the drugs from Mr. Badero, right?
That's correct. She says that.
And she even was able to give you a reason why she remembered that she was the one that went up.
Yes. Do you want the page marked?
I do, thank you. Your Honor, I apologize. The doors only opened a few minutes before we started that.
It's okay.
Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No,
December of this past December?
correct. I was not present.
Okay. You were present for Kayla's March
16th.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is States Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of States Exhibit 63. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
And you had been to collect the receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was Exhibit 63 one of the tools you wanted to talk to her about?
We wanted to talk to her multiple tools. I honestly don't recall that specific tool.
Okay. Well, I will start with the photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was mentioned by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right? And when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about a cash purchase of lime, right?
Correct.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag?
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes. I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lawns to increase the pH.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And the $199 item that was purchased, it only has a bunch of And this is from, sorry, Exhibit 92.
We're talking about exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought that's what was referring to previous exhibit. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
So this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as States Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Council, could you approach for a second?
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery,
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase of the fuel grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
So that is almost $400 for a cordless tool, right? And a battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled.
If we can approach, Your Honor.
Okay. The objection is sustained.
When she circled this item, she didn't circle it as the item. She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just the most similar of the four that you gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime purchases in the area,
Correct.
except for the Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots.
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the winter time.
Yes.
And you know, if it reduces smell.
I don't.
Okay. So then I'm going to go on to, did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. So you went with photographs to talk to Kayla about potential tool searches, right? Tool that may have been used.
Yes,
Not that you had information that tools were used, you just wanted to talk to her about tools.
that's correct.
And you had information that led you to believe that perhaps a purchase of lime and a tool was made sometime around the time of what Kayla described as a shower at Union Street and manipulation of the body.
Is that a question? I don't. Can you
Okay.
rephrase that?
It was very poorly phrased. Break it down. Your discovery of what you think was connected or could have been connected, the line to Union Street apartment events that Kayla described. When did you make those discoveries?
Of the lime purchases,
Uh-huh.
well, we subpoenaed them. We subpoenaed Home Depot a couple months after her last proffer, where she mentioned the lime. Sorry. So we discovered them 2 to 3 months. Kayla about the lime.
So about September of
2022.
22.
Correct.
And then you wanted to talk to her about tools, right?
That's correct.
And since you had a tool that seemed to be connected with at least one purchase, this would be one of the tools that you would want to talk to her about.
Yes.
And so you can't remember, but does it seem likely that you took this picture with you?
I can't recall, but yeah, like I said, I can't recall if we took that specific one.
Did you take a picture of this tool? Maybe not this one.
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
I remember the miter saw and the skill saw or the handheld saw, but I don't remember that one specifically.
If she hadn't described any tools as being used in the shower, why would you take a circular saw photograph?
To check to see if any of these saws or tools were used.
And if you had no information about tools being used in the shower, why would you bring a picture of a miter saw?
Just because she might not have been familiar with different saws, so we wanted to give her a couple different photos to show her.
And if you were wondering whether a fuel grinder was used, you probably wanted to bring a picture of a fuel grinder too, right?
Yes, that seems likely, yes.
Okay. So, you had Kayla describe the tool that she had said was in the apartment, right?
In the apartment, yes, correct.
And not in the shower or anything. This was just something that she recalled was in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And you showed her a picture that was neither the miter saw or the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And was that probably the fuel grinder?
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay.
I-
I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you?
Okay, she just said I'm gonna try a little bit slower. She's been slower this whole time. But I'm gonna have to go back and watch his testimony, not right now, but later on my own time to take notes, because I know all of this is probably a lot of confusion that she's probably trying to do with the saws and the receipts from Home Depot and all that stuff. But I'm curious where she's going with this. But he seems pretty solid. Like he knows what he's talking about. And so yeah, all these people that she thinks she can always get over on, she can't. She's trying, but she can't. Yeah, she's like, let me go a little slower. Watch, I'll play it.
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay.
I-
I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you recall showing her a picture that she said, no, that wasn't it?
No, I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you If I showed you a copy of the transcript of that interview, do you think that might help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom. And let me know.
Can I go to the next page? It
Yeah, I
cuts off.
say review anything
Okay.
that you want to orient yourself. There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right, right. So
Right.
we'll have to get there.
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Okay. So you're, if I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the tool the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. Has been answered.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't recall.
Okay. And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Has been answered.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Could you restate the question, please?
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were showing her when she said she had never seen that tool.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection. Speculation.
Council approach.
So I want to have you, so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 84, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
And so this picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier, when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H. Right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay. And do you need to see the transcript to know that the other two were specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
Now, Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry. I'm sorry, your honor, my numbers are different, so it takes a little. That, sorry, Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned the story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay. You actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again. She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not, in this March of 2023 interview, mention Adam saying that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool on Harmony.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All these questions that she has with all these power tools is getting on my nerves because she keeps mentioning how he talked about wanting to get the power tool from her mom, but Kayla never saw him take anything or steal anything. But just because she didn't see him get it or take it doesn't mean that he didn't go back to get it. I mean, there has to be some kind of power tools involved in this case in some way, shape, or form because they've mentioned it way too many times. They've used words that have led us to believe that those tools were used for something very disturbing. So it's like, I guess they're slowly building up to the solid evidence of what happened in Union Street. I'm just kind of scared to really find out because I hadn't gone back to listen to opening statements. And when she said you can't go inside Union Street, but you'll be able to see, outside of it and be thankful that you can't go inside. It just made me wonder because it's been 3 years, 2021, 22, 5 years since the unaliving of Harmony in that house. So why would it be? I mean, I guess maybe it would be hard to be in that house, yes, knowing what happened there, but the way she said it was still a very disturbing place. But I mean, they're gonna clean that up by now, and I don't know if anyone lives there. That would be, I would just close it forever. So hopefully they didn't rent that back out. Okay. Come on, woman. Really, Graham and Manny? Yeah, that's where they were staying at. That's where the most disturbing stuff happened.
Detective Ray Hill, you also talked on direct about the removal of the sheetrock at Fit Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe,
He was present.
okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath,
Correct.
that if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of sheetrock, right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah. So specifically, during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay. And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
people are gently bringing it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over
Yes.
and bringing it down and putting it down, right?
Yes,
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
that's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Yes.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. 1 sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and decided another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it.
The
Like
seam
taped
of
it,
the
yes,
two
correct.
together. So it's all taped up. You come down, you move it, you put it on the ground, and then you step away and somebody moves, probably on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything that you can help, right?
Correct.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Yes.
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
Yes.
Right? And it may not have worked, but you were certainly trying to keep anything away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay, so it did work,
That's correct.
and people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't
Sweater.
know. Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna point out right here where she's asking him. So no one sweated, like no one was sweating in the like. In other words, did sweat get on the sheetrock? The other officer that she's talking about that was at the scene that did help take this ceiling piece down already testified that he submitted his own DNA to the lab along with like when they turned everything in because he knew that he had sweat and that there was a possibility his DNA could be on there. So he did submit on his own like a DNA sample. So I don't know where she's going with this, but like we've already gone over this. It's just ridiculous.
I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling, it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, and you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered it up right away.
Yes.
Okay. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Make sure you're standing in front of a microphone.
So just two questions for you, Detective Grayhill. The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Caleb Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer. And then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mhm.
So information from that second proffer in on June 23rd, 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And she actually said, he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she, well, let me show you what's. Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And you can scroll up or down. Just look up in here. Do you recall what she said that statement, when he said that statement in context? Or
Yes.
what was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she describes. Do you recall? Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So, do you recall what she said that statement, when he said that statement in context? Or
Yes.
what was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And she describes steam coming out of the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom
Yes.
on Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, detective. Typically, well, in your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a female corpse?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Sustained.
how would one go about dismembering a human corpse?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Try and like put her in pieces because it was fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes,
No mention of power tools, right?
correct,
An inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your name is City Councilperson Bedard.
Please be careful of the wires.
Testimony that you'll provide this. And if you'd like some water, you can.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable, Ms. Bedard. Can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Brittany, Britney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years, minus 3 years, in Florida. And yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently I'm opening a business. I work for UPS as part-time, but I work from home.
And what's your highest level of what's the highest level of education you've
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
How do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here 3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020.
Mhm.
Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Econo Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Is this the chick that was with them with the U-Haul? Like she was the one that was at the hotel with them, right? That Adam got to put the U-Haul in her name, I think. Travis Beach is one of their friends. He was also in the weapons trial that Adam Montgomery had, that had texts and stuff that had something to do with like purchasing weapons or something like that. So definitely a friend of Adam's for sure. But yeah, I think she's the one that they named that stayed at the hotel because they got the U-Haul in her name.
So, and I've just showed the defense what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 64. And I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64 for identification. Can you take a look at that and just let me know?
Yeah.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity the date that you stayed at the Photo Watch?
It says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I mean, I remember staying there, but I mean, it doesn't. It says it, so I guess it's there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that period?
I don't remember getting 2 rooms. I remember. I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm gonna take this back. When you say you remember, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them. That they were staying there too. I don't recall that because it was so long ago. The whole situation on why their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay. Miss Bedard, let me ask you this. You mentioned
It was Travis's friend, Montgomery. Montgomery.
Early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them?
I did.
It's been a while. He comes out of nowhere.
What date did he just say?
I did.
2020, did you have an
Montgomery.
back in early March of 2020, did you
Oh,
have
okay.
So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
You're smiling.
I do, because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay, let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
And when you say their apartment,
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
and is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes. His name is Declan, I believe. I don't remember. We were there me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children. So I sat and played with them the whole time. So.
And do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
The child that's depicted,
Mhm.
did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
Yes,
And how about the second photo?
it is.
And that's referring to States Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike that.
Those poor little boys. Oh, you hear them talking? I'm gonna tell them to hush, but I'm gonna mute. That's Ivan and Nathan.
You said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street.
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the
The location.
time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had. Okay, it must have. Yeah.
So specifically referring to States Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date that the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken? And what was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And referring to States Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you. So you mentioned you recalled being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them.
Vaguely.
So do you recall putting whose name the room in? Do you recall the defendant, Adam Montgomery, also being at the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
During your stay. And during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
There was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there.
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name.
No, I do not.
And it wasn't Travis Beach.
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name. Is that right?
Yes. Travis and I had gotten a room. And
during that period, did you lose your ID?
yes. Which happens quite a bit apparently. That was when I first moved back and I had just gotten it and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
Did you put the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I did not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do.
Okay, so correction, the U-Haul was not in her name. I thought that's what it said on the affidavit. So I'm gonna look into that while we continue listening.
I do not remember what his name was.
No further questions.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also just going to ask you a couple of questions. On direct, you were asked about the O'Connell Lodge, and you were staying there with Travis.
Yep.
And Adam and Kate were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before you checked into the O'Connell Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and so we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot?
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen this stroller and I remembered, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were?
Yes.
Commissioner, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you what has been marked, states 52.
Mhm.
Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see like the top part of it. But yes,
And again, this was a bag that you saw in Kayla's possession.
yes.
Not
Well, not. It was in the stroller, and she was pushing the stroller.
in the stroller that Kayla was pushing.
Yes.
You did not see the bag in Adam's possession.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge.
Leaving
Kayla and Adam.
and two boys
Yes.
together.
Yes.
All right, you may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please. This way, if you please come up to the bench there and watch your step on the electrical, please. And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear to tell, you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help.
Phone that just,
Yeah,
okay, I'm
let's
gonna
turn
ask
it
you to
off,
turn it
please.
off, please.
Thanks.
You to remove your glasses, please.
Okay.
State your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DennisCloutier.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Uh, pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man,
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for them?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
What about when you say fix things that you've broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such, nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a
Yes.
hole in the wall or something like
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
Locks?
Locks,
Screen and doors?
screen and doors,
Okay. And what about flooring?
flooring, yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you do set up an apartment for when a new tenant's going to come in, or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both,
You do both.
yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007,
Okay.
that's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep, worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
Identification purposes only. Let me show you states 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
All right, what do you recognize that to be a photo of?
The corner of Orange and Union Street.
And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that shown in that photo?
It is.
Is it labeled in that photo?
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like, just to tell our jurors?
What, the red little icon?
A red icon, okay. And let me also show you States Exhibit 137, again, for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Ms. Hilbert was living in like an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building.
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on the left-hand
137
side?
Orange Street.
137, okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right and they were come off of Google, other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service and that you're
Correct.
familiar with?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on states 136 and 137.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Gluter, I want to ask you specifically about one other individual besides Ms. Hilbert, and that is showing you States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he, did you ever service the unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
Well, when you met him, did you meet him in person or over
In
the
person
phone?
in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated for when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that,
It's all invoices.
and that was going to be my question, the invoice.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. You
Yes.
fill it out one time,
That's
take a
it.
copy,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down.
Correct.
I'd like to go ahead and I'd like to go ahead and show you States Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right, what kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
Okay. When you said before you got the white and the white, pink, green?
Yeah, no,
pink,
white,
yellow,
white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow, so this is the bottom copy.
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
Okay. And other than the fact that there's a red sticker on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from States Exhibit 70, please.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cludier, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically, from going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that point?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw, turned sideways. And he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever. So that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like it was, would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, it was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
Okay. While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla,
Okay.
and some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment, how big are we talking, or how
Really
small? Are we
small.
talking? Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean. So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
If someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
okay.
It's a small bathroom.
The plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So,
And you're not about to say excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
No.
With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Okay. And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So,
More pacing than talking.
yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back for a second. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sort of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights on the ceiling?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling.
Yeah. The wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires. So put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down? Excuse me. I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat.
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you later on that particular apartment, when you do clean outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
So what question did they just ask? They just asked him if anything was different whenever they had to clear out, when he cleared out this particular apartment, if anything was different than when he does it to other apartments. Because he pretty much says that when he does this, he just rips everything out, puts it in the garbage, puts new ones in. So I'm just wondering if he did the same for Adam's apartment.
Clean out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have a couple.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. I remind you, don't talk about the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in about 15 minutes. All right, all rise for the jurors, please.
Yes, educating parents is definitely key, Grandmammy Annie. I agree.
I want to make sure he's done on time.
So we'll bring
You know what? Why don't we just go ahead and do that now?
I like to hear what they say when the jurors walk out.
take a short break. You'll remember that if you want, when you want Mr. Wilton, you just need a little bit of extra time.
You know what? Why don't we just go ahead and do that now? We'll have him right now, so we'll get him done today. I want to make sure he's done on time.
So we'll bring him up right there. And then we'll just.
Best for court staff. Pardon me. We would, because we will be handing him some documents.
Who is he? Who are they talking about?
Thank you.
So tell, I don't want to make the decision for you. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's fine.
So let's bring him up, put him in there. As soon as we get the jury in, we'll bring him in.
Are they talking about Adam? Or another inmate? Because remember there was another inmate that they were talking about having to get transport for. I just couldn't remember who it was. Yeah, I know. I don't understand why they don't ask more questions, why they don't get like more context around things that happen in this case. They've done that a lot. Like they'll ask vague questions or whatever, although they'll receive vague answers and then they don't elaborate on it. They just like, okay, let's switch gears. And then we're just left sitting there thinking about what they just asked and why and all this other stuff. This case is so freaking different. Yeah, I think it is an inmate. I had wrote it down and it's in my notes somewhere, but and they were talking about it because they were talking about getting transport for him. So I remember saying, you know, he must be an inmate or something. And so that's the state's witness, because I know that the prosecution has a witness that's an inmate also. I'm not political, but I think our country really needs to reform childcare, mental health, veteran, and senior care. Yes, to all of those, Grandmammy Annie, I agree. They don't do enough for like the veterans and the senior care. They don't care, it seems. Our mental health system sucks. And yeah, the childcare, like child protective services and all of that needs to be rebuilt, redone completely. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It needs to be done better. They need to do better. Let me take off this banner. Okay. Let's see if I can find the witness list. I found the affidavit. What was I looking for in here, though? Okay, hold on. I'll just share this tab so y'all can see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the affidavit that had came out last year when we knew that it was no longer a missing persons case and we found out that it was a homicide investigation. Okay. Kayla participated in a voluntary interview with Riley. She spoke about the last time she saw Harmony in this interview. She told us that 2 days after Thanksgiving, Adam had taken her to work. So this is the lie. This is what she had told them on the grand jury. So all this was a lie. Let's see. Kayla was arrested on the perjury charges on 6/3. On that same day, Kayla participated in a proffer interview. Her attorney was present. So this is when she admitted that she lied. So she was saying they were evicted from where they were living on Guilford Street in Manchester the day before Thanksgiving, which would have been 11/27. Kayla said that after they were living in their vehicle, which we know to be a Chrysler Sebring. During their time living out of the vehicle, they stayed in the parking lot of Colonial Village on River Road in Manchester, where their friend Anthony lived. Kayla stated that from Thanksgiving up until the beginning of December, Bodero saw Harmony and the other two boys and would wave at them. She also said that Bodero brought them Thanksgiving leftovers while they were in the Sebring, and that he saw Harmony at the time, and he and Harmony waved at each other. So see, it makes it seem like they were in their own vehicle in the Colonial Village apartments in their own vehicle. But then, and this is what is so confusing, because when Kayla testified, she said that they basically they left the Sebring because it got towed away. Remember, we have the tow truck guy's testimony that he picked up their Sebring and it was just left there because he got a call from the state, from the police, to have this car towed away. And when he got there, there were two gentlemen that arrived to get the belongings out of a car. And all of this is taking place around Thanksgiving. And remember, Bodero said he didn't see Harmony like Kayla said he did. Kayla stated that on the day the Chrysler receiving broke down. So see, she says 12/7. Adam Montgomery struck Harmony, which caused her death. Right here, it says that Kayla couldn't recall exactly what they did during this 20-minute time period. And then later, she says that that's when they did heroin and crack. Also, they do have a report of the day of the car that breaking down was confirmed to be on December 7th. So then why is everybody focusing on the November date, the November 29th, the after Thanksgiving date? I'm really confused. Why would he bring her 10-day-old leftovers in December? Because now we're seeing that it says police records. So the car was broken down in the intersection of Elm Street and Webster at approximately 12:11 on 12/7. So I'm confused. I'm so confused. Hey, Ms. W. Sorry, I was looking on this other page. You were sending it right as I was saying what, Wicked? I forgot. You're listening. Hi, Miss W. I agree, Grandmammy. Any way too many. I can see how Kayla was scared about him. I mean, if he could murder one child of his own, he could kill hers, but why she still cares about him is beyond my comprehension. What is beyond my comprehension, Wicked, is the fact that, yeah, you're scared of him. Like, I get that. But she had so many opportunities to tell someone something, to report what he had done. Like, you sit there and you watch him murder a child, and then you stay with him, and you know he's carrying her body around. You know what they had conversations about what he would do to her body. Like, and you still staying with him? I would find my way out. I wouldn't sit around and wait for it to happen to me, you know? I absolutely cannot wait for closing. I know. To put it all together, like you said, it's be a lot better. But yeah, so I'm confused now. Oh my gosh, this date thing, I don't think it's ever going to be cleared up for us, y'all. Because we have a police report saying December 7th. But I don't see Bodero lying. So maybe it's just like they really don't remember like exactly what date it was. You know, as far as like sleeping in his vehicle and all that. I understand trauma bonds. I've been there, but if I was her, I would have never kept. No, that's what I'm saying. It's a whole different ball game when you're sitting there watching a man beat a child, literally keep her under a blanket so people don't see the bruises and stuff whenever she is alive, because he hit her every single time she had an accident, and they just kept getting worse and worse. And then when it was just enough and the rage was strong, you know, you watch this man do that. That's a whole different thing. You can love someone, but if you watch them kill a child, no, like there's no. And then you help him. Like she can say what she wants, but she helped him along the way. She helped every single step of the way. Like, she's just as guilty. Sometimes trauma bonding, Stockholm syndrome, addiction causes victims to stay. I get that she stayed and she was scared. I do get that, y'all. I do. I just don't understand why she didn't speak to someone in confidence. Tell someone what he had done to Harmony. And she does still care about him. Like, she was on the stand and, like, she never, like, cried for Harmony, in my opinion, on the stand anyway. You know, like, on the stand, everything was about, I didn't want anyone to get in trouble, like me and Adam or the kids. Like, she specifically says that. So it never, like, she said she wanted to do the right thing. She said that maybe once. But yeah, see something, say something, you know. I couldn't just sit there. There's no way. I have a feeling they're gonna call Bodero. I know. I think so too, because the defense was like, I don't want to let him go yet. So pretty sure he's gonna take the stand again, and I can't wait until he does. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would get my other two kids as soon as I could. Because think about it, there were plenty of times. This is from December to March. He would go off and do whatever. She was going to work here and there, you know, even like whenever he was at work, go and tell someone. But she was really deep in her addiction. I mean, we don't know the living, like how she was mentally, but obviously something was wrong with both of them. Let's just say don't do drugs. Stay away from those heavy freaking crazy drugs. Yes, that's what I said. She participated in everything. For her to be able to go into that tiny bathroom with him, take some scissors and help him cut the pants off of her. She helped. She helped. She helped. She put her in a stroller, pushed him all the way across town to his job. She did everything he asked in regards to Harmony's body. Right. This is what I said. I said if he was doing this to one of the boys, I don't think she would have stayed. I think that it would have been a completely different story. Oh, I definitely think she did. She's just not telling her part. So if Adam does take the stand, it'll be really, really interesting to hear some insight of what he has to say, because the way the defense presented it, they were like, so the defense is claiming that Adam had left for like a couple hours or something during the night, and that when he returned, like he left the kids in Kayla's care, and that when he returned, Harmony was gone, like passed away. That's what the defense claimed in their opening statements. So it's gonna be interesting of what Adam's gonna have to say. Yes, that's the part. You put him in the stroller with your children. It made me so sick when I read that, because I had done a case a couple months ago about a lady who did the same thing to her stepdaughter. But this one, she had put her in a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket, put the bucket in a wagon, and then in the middle of the night was like walking down the road, where she was caught on like a ring camera pulling the wagon with the body and stuff like that. It was just very disturbing.
Oh boy,
It's sad, truly sad. She is just as guilty. She doesn't deserve to walk free. She just doesn't. And if I was Harmony's mom, I'll be coming for her if she does walk free eventually. Oh, Crystal, Sorry, the bio mom, doesn't like Kayla very much at all. Yeah, that was a crazy story, right? Y'all remember that? And I think like she just placed the bucket on like the front lawn or something, and then the dad had to come home and find his daughter. Like, they have some very disturbing people in this world. That's why I had to walk away from true crime for a little while. Like, for a while, honestly. I had kind of just decided to just do my fun channel because I needed a break, and then I didn't know this trial was this soon, and like it came out, and it came up, and I was like, okay, so I guess I'm gonna stream the trial. This is Harmony, and I just didn't think it was gonna be this crazy. But together we can figure this out. So yeah, so there is a police record of the car breaking down on the 7th. However, we don't know for sure if Harmony was passed away at this point, or if she was even in the vehicle, because they didn't look. So this is according to Kayla. So I take all of this whole affidavit with like it could have happened and it couldn't have happened. The only things I believe is the hard evidence, such as like the police report, because nothing Kayla says can be freaking proven. I don't see how you can be a mom and be okay with carrying Harmony's body around, but you're right. It was those drugs probably numbing her to things. Yeah, I mean, being obsessed and like in love, or infatuated, I should say, with like a narcissist, being in a toxic relationship, being on these heavy drugs, and like I'm not, all I'm going to say is one was an upper and one was a downer, and they were doing both in the vehicle. Okay, these are two very, very highly addictive drugs they were on. I mean, you're pretty much out of your mind with either one of them that they were on. So I see what you're saying, Wicked, but like I would understand it more if it was just like it happened this one day, and then the next day they got rid, like she was involved, they got rid of her, and then they forgot, like didn't say anything, and they hid it for 2 years. But the fact that she stayed with him after he did it, and then helped him hide her body from December to March, that's just a little. You're not high that entire time. You're not on drugs for 3 months straight where you don't know what you're doing. She knew. She's just not going to ever admit to it. They're just on break, Leopard, but it's probably not going to be very long. Maybe another hour, I would say. But they're on break right now. They're about to come back. The cameras just came back on. They did. You missed the witness who was the maintenance worker at the Union Street address, and so the drain. It was a maintenance request for the tub not draining. The overflow plate was missing a screw, so it was like crooked. So he had to like snake out the drain. He changed the plate. They asked where Adam was when he was doing this. He said right outside the door, but he was pacing, like he was like ready for them to hurry up and get done. He wasn't really talking. He also had to go back and fix the lights in the ceiling. And when he asked Adam Montgomery why the lights were hanging, because they were just hanging by the wires, he said that Adam had pulled them out because he thought cameras were in there. So that actually corroborates Kayla's testimony when she said that he was paranoid about cameras and he was ripping lights out the wall and outlets, all that stuff. So that actually proved she was being honest at that point. And they also Leopard threw the fridge away out of the home, like when they moved out and they had to go and get the apartment ready. They threw the fridge out, but they don't elaborate on why. All he said was he asked, do y'all ever throw away any appliances, like replace any appliances? He said, yes, we do. And he said, did you replace any in this apartment? He said, yes, the fridge, we threw it away. And that was it. And that's what I mean about this trial. They don't explain anything. So that was the main one that you missed. Oh, and you missed Brittany. Brittany was another witness. She's the one who was with them at the hotel when they rented the U-Haul. Leopard print. And she says that it was Adam Montgomery and another guy. Said she didn't know who the other guy was. So apparently it was Kayla, Adam, this Brittany girl, Travis Beach, which was her boyfriend at the time, and he's a friend of Adam's, and some other guy. That was her testimony. But yeah, I got all the notes. I got all the notes for you, Leopard. You good. I don't know if you missed when, of course, the defense was trying to like discredit the purchase of the grinder and all that stuff with the power tools. But I mean, the Home Depot guy, not Home Depot guy, but the detective guys that confirmed the purchases with Home Depot, he knows what he was talking about. He had the receipts right in front of him. So, trying to see if you missed anything else. I think that's it. Yeah, so we're on witness 34 coming up. And I think, remember Leopard, we were talking and I said, I think it's an inmate that's coming in because like they need to
All rise for
arrange
the jurors.
for transfer. I think that's what this is.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Mr. Brendan Middleton to the stand, please.
All right.
Again, Your Honor, you will need your hand on documents. I think we've already discussed this.
All I hear is their coffee being poured.
Come in, Mr. Middleton.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell this jury the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July. Okay. I'd like to ask you
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
in July.
Yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir? Currently reside.
GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July. Okay. I'd like to ask you with regards to that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either welcome home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittany Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
That when you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend, or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in March, specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for. So I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to like the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but if to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you.
No, no, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And we'll go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn the cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay? through those?
I did.
Generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for
Yeah.
this rental?
Yes.
And when you look through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork in those same fill in the blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember. Yeah.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury. No objection, Judge.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Mr. Middleton, I'm going to let you hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents and the ones that you signed for. And you can look either at what's in front of you, or if you want to turn around and look at the screen, if that's easier to see, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Middleton, I want to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul. And I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can. And so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit, the name that's filled out. Is that your name, Brendan Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab and a couple years before that, and didn't have my driver's license. My friend that lives at that address, very close friend of mine I've known since 6th grade, they had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I had, or I needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All
So
right.
that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is, again, you said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. Do you see that there?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
Okay. And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here on the very first page again of Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the time and the date, is the document accurate in that you got it on March 3rd of 2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, the same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE 4352W.
All right. And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m.
And then finally, with regards to the pickup odometer, and of course, you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one. And I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath.
Sorry, I want to write this down real quick. So Oh, they returned it on 3/4. So this is the date they took it. So they picked it up, and then the return was on 3/4 at 1:47 p.m. And what was the mileage? So they had it for 19 hours, 57 minutes. Total mile. So he only went up, total round trip, he went 133 miles. And 18 additional. Okay, sorry, y'all.
Again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th, 1:47 p.m.
So that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,325.
And so if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental and what, approximately
5225
minus 5,082, around 133 miles or so? Give or take?
Correct. Yeah, I would say so.
I'd like to now, if you would go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit, again, staying with exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental. And who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that you gave that to U-Haul or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me the okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that. He was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental? Or
He
no,
might
was
have.
at the gas station?
I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station, and I did not leave it unattended. So I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to? Who's
I want to say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Brittany. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Brittany?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and if you could go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE 4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
Right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then the phone number. Again, I want to make sure that that's accurate. That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please. I'll flip one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
Yes.
Where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
And later on that page, if you look a little bit below there, again, down from there and slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ78147AZ.
So that was AJ78147AZ.
Correct.
Milton, I want to show you with the marked States Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document, does that help refresh your recollection of what the license plate number was for that?
Yes, now it does.
And what was it?
AJ78147.
And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last mileage was, the reading from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
Thank you. Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory note?
I'm sorry?
Is that listed as what's called a promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly. That it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay.
That it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, it's all of that listed again.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
I wish they would hurry up and get past all this boring stuff.
147.
I know it's important, but still.
On this particular trip, when you rented this, or not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point, I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
No, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your
Yes.
car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car and I left and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna. Brittany, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
and was that Brittany Bedard who you were talking about
Yes,
before?
correct. Brittany Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back
I've
then?
never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Kayla Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
Did Travis ever talk about the name Adam Montgomery when he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Brittany Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Middleton, I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on. I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I
or
did.
if they told you why they were asking.
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so at that time, when you rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
So you may sit down.
Appreciate
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? This witness is excused.
Appreciate it. Take care.
They may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to call Ms. Rose Smith.
I'm pretty sure this is the friend of Kayla's, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out.
All right, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Smith, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Roseanne Smith, Roseanne Smith. Most people call me Rose.
Ms. Smith, let me ask you with regards to, are you currently a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
And how long have you been living in New Hampshire?
Since about 1980.
1980. And how far did you go in school?
High school and then some college.
And with regards to work history, what are some of the different jobs you've had in your time?
I was a child care provider. I am currently a yoga teacher. And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
Move this just a little bit closer.
Okay, that's good.
There's some water there. If you'd like, feel free to pour yourself a fresh glass, if you would care to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It is a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
For 5 years.
5 years. Okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, and did you ever drive a person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? And I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
On Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up generally in the city? Excuse me.
December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on, did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you drive them?
I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and dose, and I would sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. Um, and what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? All right. Um, specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. Um, and what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm
Yes.
sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right. Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe I have.
Okay.
It was
So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
well, then that's what I'd like to ask about. March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like other this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely. It was something I will never forget.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody here needs to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first saw, did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Miss Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Miss Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Miss Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that, you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct. Yes.
Smith, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
And this is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this drive?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with him that day. When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in a car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can you
She had asked to use
hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car,
Okay.
physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred, where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me.
Okay. And where was Adam at this point?
Walking away from the car.
And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said.
No.
He wanted to call for help.
Okay. And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car.
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. Saw pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he, and were you in the driver's seat?
Yes,
And where was Kayla?
beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that he took, you begged him for the phone back.
I begged him for the phone back. I did report that
Let me ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize, Mr. Smith. Sometimes we need a minute to confer. One thing I just want to clarify with you, and to make sure that I understand accurately.
Attorney Agati, if you would use the microphone and keep
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor, I
up,
thought it was
please.
close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you, and just trying to clarify, is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred in your memory, that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. You feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that had occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we pick them up and when we drop them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
And hi, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it shook you.
Mm-hmm.
But this was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
Yeah.
said that he softened.
He did. The
Softened.
anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face, and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank you. All right.
Nothing here, Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
I just don't think she has the year correct because 2021 they weren't yet at the Union Street address.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very. We'll see you tomorrow morning, please.
We're going to see if they say anything after the
Please.
jury leaves.
All right, anything? Yes, okay.
Of course, they turned the freaking mics off. That looked like Crystal that was just walking right there. It's been a lot today. Sorry, y'all. I'm reading the chat over on Court TV. Okay, well, since they're done for the day and they're not saying anything else, we're going to go ahead and close out. So I've been live for 4 hours. Yeah, they ended it. So we will continue tomorrow. I'll make my thumbnail. And just look for that to see what time I'll be on streaming. So thank you all for watching. Another long day tomorrow, but we got this. And if anybody needs to reach me, I dropped my email in chat. You can email me. And thank you all. I love you all and have a great day. Justice for Harmony Montgomery.